Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country, whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies, make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people. And I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altimer Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here. Give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And you know, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18, and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contributing. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th of next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account and I had, I think about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan and you give them a quarter and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act, and everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted, but I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera, the list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, you know, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
I think the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, that every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system, they want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Dell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that. This idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea, and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the President and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfilled the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be a part of it, grateful to the vision, grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands the potential of something like this. And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration. This will be one that people remember for a long, long time. And I think it can change the country. So thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad, all of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Ted, please.
Well, I want to congratulate all the men and women up here. And Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular, in this one big, beautiful bill, I think the two most long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision that you signed into law that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second provision is this provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year. She has the account opened for her. $1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents or family or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% a year, by the time that little girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account. And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account. That is game-changing, and we're not talking the children of Michael and Susan Dell, the children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35 to get an education, to start a business, to buy a house. That changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what I'm really excited about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists. Every child in America is going to be an owner of the biggest employers in this country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how many kids are losing faith in capitalism. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his phone and he's going to look at his app and he's going to see his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with absolute dogged determination, relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m. You may sleep less than the president, Brad, and that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, $6.25 billion is extraordinarily generous. Let me say, on behalf of 25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game, it's not a gift of a bicycle, it's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Jason, if you would just say a couple of words, and Brett, come on up for a second.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't, go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement on my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids a ton in this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan?
Yes.
Brad? Please.
Yeah, one for you two. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? You, Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn from this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say you're donating how much?
We already said it. It's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean with the reaction between the two of you. Someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well. So we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning.
And adopting the state of Texas.
Right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got pretty excited about the idea.
Yep, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but
the number
a
kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion and consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
To,
I mean,
to
we
come to this,
believe
and
this
we feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know, there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will do that. And you know, as children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in the country, which can only be a good thing.
It's really an amazing moment that two people would do that kind of a contribution. I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you there's a tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs, because he probably wouldn't have done it without you, to be honest. That's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. It won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality?
Brad, do you want to maybe answer that question?
Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program. And we should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be, promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you being legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so, and I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental, and in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. They've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important. Yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it?
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
That's what they're talking about. Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
can you speak to when
Sure.
children will be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with a tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to. There's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. We're doing ballrooms, we're doing arcs, we have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The arc that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington, there's going to be something. We're doing some other things for Washington itself. and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and Susan, the next time we meet, well, I think hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big event over in the ballroom to celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at this beautiful White House for 150 years. They've wanted it so badly. Right now we can hold 109 people if you're lucky in a room. It's a beautiful room, but it's 109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors. Jeff?
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell us what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place. But we had a very good talk. I like him, very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president of Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well, he was the president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on that, sir, from Mr. Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they want U.S. help them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're going to give them help, and I think Syria has come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. It's centuries of problems. But I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year. $26 billion, Kevin told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year, $1 trillion. Increasing 4.1%. 25 states, gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters.
I like this guy.
And timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real America's Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what
But
I like
timing
you very
matters.
much. Keep talking.
So if you invest with these children now, the economy, the better the economy is, the better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot by any standard, right? But Biden, as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're up to 18, I guess right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months. And there's never been a country, China, no country has ever done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right, for Dell. But we have places like that. We have car companies. We have AI coming in at levels. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's amazing. And all of these places, hundreds and hundreds of plants, thousands, they're going to be opening, and they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550. That's some difference. And we just had a, we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's enough conservative
on
lawmakers
immigration,
say they
sir.
won't
On
extend
immigration,
ACA
sir.
subsidies. Will you make a deal with Democrats?
Thank you, press.
Mr. President,
Thank you, press.
will you make a deal with Democrats on ACA subsidies?
Thank you, Mr.
I like to end with that question.
Expanded travel ban, Mr. President.
It's nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Oh, I say it too, actually, but a lot of people are saying it. And a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet. The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults. We have vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for, in many cases, over 100 years. We brought them up, and we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful, like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful, like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months we have more than $18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher by
and going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be our workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job in that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability, affordability, affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race, and she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there's still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. Think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%, thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir, and it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations, and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's go with the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So,
all right, I hate to interrupt the President of the United States, but I've got breaking news. YouTube supposedly has now allowed us to have members on this channel. So not sure where you go to do that, but they just said that we could do members on here. So if anybody can find that and get that to work, that would be greatly appreciated.
in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Yeah, think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's, people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors.
All right, thank you, Forrest.
Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%. 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself.
All right, thank you, Lord.
It's the first time
Triggered.
in 28 years that drug prices went down over
Welcome
the course
aboard.
of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster.
How much is it? $3.99?
Years ago, and I say it now, and the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people. And let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said.
$4.99, okay.
So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go.
$3.99.
Trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies, and you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people, and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the great big beautiful bill. The great big beautiful bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people.
Matt.
And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100.
Welcome, Bradley.
For a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888
I'm aware of that.
are murderers.
Flavors of the Forest.
And we have to get
My wife was
asleep. We're doing it. I think
when I got it,
the job that
and so she's outside working with the horses right now. And when I get a chance to talk to her about it, I will.
What you're doing is
but
amazing.
We got it.
I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate. And look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car. And we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well.
Yeah, we have our own private news network.
And gasoline driven.
Other Brad
but we
has over 100 channels on it.
Everybody was supposed
to go to KLWworldnews.com and get signed up for it. VIP, platinum, or gold.
And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I imposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like.
Hey, G-Rock.
And countries that were ripping us off, including allies.
You can become a member now.
For years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up.
Breaking news on Venezuela: the supposedly the Chinese and the Iranians, as well as the Russians,
but they have to come in
are not backing
for 6 months in a row.
Venezuela in the conflict. They have all said,
you believe that?
if you're going to fight the United States,
millions of people coming
we're
in
not going to be a part of it.
Millions. Now we have zero for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are.
They'll sell them weapons, but they won't fight
but
for
we had
them.
zero people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal, there's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell does? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency, because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago, but he was really incompetent for those last few years, and our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had zero
Yes,
people,
Wade,
illegal border
Iran,
crossings along the
Russia, and
US-Mexico
China
border
are
have
backing
plummeted
down
to
and
the
not
lowest
supporting
level
Venezuela in a
ever,
conflict
ever.
against
Think
the
of that.
U.S.
And the net benefit to our
And
country
there's
is
3
enormous,
B-52s airborne over the
incalculable.
U.S.
America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be
Yeah, they
the
were
9th.
sold to them.
People are over
Diesel.
in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. You know, think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars, think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion, and she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. He spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that was able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history. And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think, done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled. It was mistreated. And now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background. And you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete. and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. When I had a chance to be on an aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving, the spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco-terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco-terrorists, and we're standing...
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work. right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%, and on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell them, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We've got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in DC per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, you know, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, you know, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if yeah, someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Christy Nome. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that.
Nice.
And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. It's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time. A great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport, serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it, and other things. But you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad, it was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lives better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer. And then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, it's basically been back to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, which by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been amazing what we've gotten, and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that, and it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, well, they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now where those could actually be changed, where we can just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we collect, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 that at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took the retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you, Mr. President.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past, 10 months or whatever we've been doing now, just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48 to 1. Your goal had been 10 to 1, which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between $200 and $400 billion. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's great. And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And, you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells the real story. And I hope that the American people when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, please.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're gonna root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Chrissy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Chrissy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're gonna save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, etc. And that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our Vice President, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Mod family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. A family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now a big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So.
And sir, may I say, this is This is the remarkable result of real leadership and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, etc. in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're going to help the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The one big beautiful bill, incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said it couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is falling, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people, thanks to you.
It'll be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership were now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. but it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good, but what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Pam?
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christy. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. our civil division fighting sanctuary cities every single day, and of course our antitrust division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar, you won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, you know, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the Vice President as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce scaled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with obviously Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security, the department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce. We will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices, and I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes. Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at a roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies, you are bringing those policies to the national level, We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership, by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board. That'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes, that's right, Pam. That's right. They're terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to get to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your Director of National Intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table, is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Say it loud.
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely that did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible deratements on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright that overturned the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we have been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed the Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in his flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is the Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others, but it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, I hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work to take education and put it in labor? Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. It's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us, HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz, to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies have all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones, and it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership, President Trump. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bob, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group and the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just again want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, we're offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision and leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much. Ronco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation he's been involved in. people, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge.
Yeah, things are happening. The meeting with Steve Witkoff just ended, and China, Iran, and Russia have said that they will not back Maduro militarily. All right, I repeat, the meeting with Witkoff in Russia has ended, and China, Russia, and Iran have said they will not back Venezuela with military force against the United States. Russian troops, Iranian troops, and Chinese troops will not fight against the United States if the United States attacks Venezuela. That is the latest, as of a little over an hour ago. It's not so much we trust their word. When they say that they are not going to fight with them, every time they have said that in the past, they have kept their word about that. If they say they're not going to fight, they don't fight. We've seen it in Syria. We've seen it in Afghanistan. We've seen it in numerous countries that the United States has had troops in. And the United States came in and said, hey, we're going to do something. Do you want to fight? And the Americans have said, or the Russians have said, no, we're not interested today. Thank you very much. Carry on. And they have not lifted a finger against us, even when we have hit their allies in those countries. So Syria is a prime example. Afghanistan is another example. Iraq is another example. The Chevron oil fields is another example. Because look, the last time the Russians and some Taliban kind of dudes decided to attack the United States, we killed all of them with the exception of one dude. We are maybe three dudes. We blew up every vehicle, every armored personnel carrier, every tank, every missile launcher, everything, with the exception of one of each variety of vehicle. We left a tank, we left an armored personnel carrier, and we left a missile launcher. Everything else we blew up. Everybody else we killed. We did that because we wanted to have a couple survivors be able to go back and go, holy fuck, did you see that? And in addition to that, we wanted to be able to go in and capture those vehicles in their entirety so we could analyze them. So look at the Conoco oil fields. That's a prime example of when the U.S. and then after the Conoco oil fields, ever since that event, you can go back and watch it. There's lots of documentaries about it. Ever since then, when the U.S. calls and says, hey, we got a can of whoop ass. We're about to pop it open. Do you want a dose of it? And the Russians like, nah, we'll pass. Thanks, bro. And I've got all kinds of radio traffic coming in through the big one here at KLW World News. I wish there was a way I could pipe that into this stream. But everybody's saying they hear each other, Lima Charlie. I've had a dozen radio checks today. Yeah, the Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians have said they don't want no whoop ass delivered onto their plate. So, yeah, I got EAMs coming out over the big one here at KLW. I don't understand. I need to get another SDR so that you guys can hear them. All right, appreciate that. Yeah, we let Timothy do it. He can't see. He's all right. Yeah, I got EAMs coming in now over the big one here. I can hear them. I got EAMs coming from Puerto Rico. And if you have not signed up yet, we got memberships now available here on the channel. get signed up as a member on the channel, because when this goes hot, when it first starts, we will do members only chat. And when it goes really hot, we will do members only video. I'm not going to be answering a bunch of stupid questions from a bunch of stupid people who just want to come in here and troll me when all this kicks off. So do yourself a favor and become a member of the channel. It also helps support the channel. It's cheap. It's like $3.99 or $4.99, depending upon whether you are YouTube Premium. But we have, and the thing, look, I had a guy come in here earlier, said, you said you had information that things were happening. You're damn right I do. And am I going to tell you what they are? No, I am not. It's part of operational security. And I don't reveal that. And look, some of the things that I know that are happening take time to happen. Just because they're happening right now does not mean there's going to be an invasion within hours of that taking place. Some of the things that are happening right now will take hours and hours and hours to do. You can't go out into an area and collect a bunch of people and move them to a different location and their families in 2 or 3 hours. Doesn't work that way. Okay? This isn't COG. So yes, EAMs from Puerto Rico are a big sign that it's coming, because they're talking to the troops in and around. The EAMs coming out of Puerto Rico or because of Venezuela? EAMs don't normally come from Puerto Rico. I did not say a strike won't happen tonight. I was talking about last night. Tonight could be a totally different deal. In fact, now that today, so let me let you in on a couple things here. Trump is trying to negotiate with Russia to do a peace plan with Ukraine. That meeting was supposed to take. All right, that is what happened to sound. Was I stopped talking because I got somebody who is boots on the ground there talking to me about what's going on. So they are moving people away from the shore where they are now, and they have a lot of radio chatter between different high-ranking military officials and ships and aircraft that they are picking up right now. So we're picking that up too. The big one here at KLW World News headquarters, our antenna is 270 feet long, and we have it coming into a receiver that costs, well, back when we bought it, they're a little cheaper now, but when we bought it, it was $1,700. That was years ago. The price has now come down to a little over $1,000. But we have our antenna is 270 feet long, and it runs into a $1,000 receiver. And that receiver is able to pick up ships out at sea, aircraft, and the communications out of Puerto Rico. With that radio, we have talked to San Pablo, Brazil, which is 5,100 miles away from the KLW World News headquarters. We have also talked to Spain, as well as the UK, Germany, Scotland, Poland, Lithuania, all over Canada, and all over the United States. So we even hear airplanes flying out of Germany. So after they take off, we can hear them. Yeah, something stopped me mid-sentence. The fact that I had radio traffic coming in from Venezuela that I needed to respond to. All right. Okay, and I've just got word that they're working on the spooky cam for us. For some reason, it got behind. They thought they refreshed it, and it did not get refreshed. So the spooky cam is supposed to be getting refreshed in about an hour. So we definitely want to make sure that that is up to date. Let me go get that because we want the spooky cam to be operating here. Tonight for sure. Go over here. Properties. All right. Okay, so this should be updating here. In about an hour. So we need to watch that clock on the bottom and see if it does. Welcome, Charlie. Again, for those of you who are not members, now is the time to get signed up. Become a member. It supports the channel and gets you access to members only chats and members only videos. Again, when this goes hot tonight, if it goes hot tonight, we will be going to, when it first kicks off, we will go to members only chat. And then once it's hot and heavy, we will go to members only video. Same thing applies to KLW World News on Rumble. And so if you are a member here on YouTube, you will get notified through YouTube. If you are a member of the Coffee Club, you will get notified through Coffee Club. And if you are a member of the KLW World News Network, you will get notified through the KLW World News Network. Welcome, Jim. Major Jim. So we got the Spooky Cam up. Again, they're going to go over and reset the stream. And let me explain what's happening. When they stream out, there gets to be a buffer time. If there's a problem with the internet or what have you, when that problem with the internet happens, yes, but you will be watching it as a silver. You will be watching it on Rumble. You won't be watching it on YouTube. If you're Coffee Club, you'll watch on YouTube. You'll watch on Rumble. If you're a member here, you'll watch on YouTube. So if you prefer YouTube, I would suggest that you become a member here. So, yes, Buy Me a Coffee member will get notified through Buy Me a Coffee. And so make sure you're still a member because Buy Me a Coffee has canceled 2,000 people. So if you're on Buy Me a Coffee, you will get notified through Buy Me a Coffee. If you are on the KLW World News Network, you will be notified on the KLW World News Network. If you are one of those two, you will be watching it on Rumble. If you are a YouTube member, you will get a notification from YouTube on this channel. And you'll be watching it on this channel. Correct. They want, look, the number one target is Maduro. So you have to target him when he's available to be targeted and not take out a bunch of innocent people. So, for example, well, first off, the U.S. said that they weren't going to attack. They gave Maduro a week to get out of Venezuela, and that expired on Sunday. So yesterday was the first day that they could even strike. Well, if he's still hanging out with a bunch of civilian people, the U.S. is not going to hit him. Okay. Well, all right. Thank you, beef farmer. The U.S. is not going to hit him if he's standing with a bunch of innocent civilian people. That's not how the U.S. military works. We're not going to kill a bunch of innocent people just because they're standing next to Maduro. Now, if it's Maduro and 4 or 5 security guards, that's a different story. But Maduro has been hanging out in street parties and concerts and all of that other stuff, using those people as human shields. So, as long as he is doing that day in and day out, it makes it really hard to hit him. So, we have to be able to have a time that he is in transition from one place to another or at a bunker underground somewhere where we can make a big smoking hole where he was sleeping. Also, it wasn't until today that China, Russia, and Iran said that they would not fight against the United States if the United States attacked Maduro. They said that they were only providing weapons to Venezuela, but their troops in Venezuela, Iranian troops, Russian troops, and Chinese troops, will not fight with Maduro's troops against the United States. Stand by, bat phone. All right, so Russia has deployed their hybrid warfare against Moldova. Trump has said that he's not providing weapons to Ukraine anymore. However, Europe is purchasing weapons from the United States, and they are delivering those weapons to them. So Ukraine is still getting U.S. weapons. China, Russia, and Iran have said that their troops will not fight against U.S. troops in Venezuela. Venezuela does have missiles. Venezuela does have uh, air defense systems. Venezuela has a bunch of shit from a bunch of different countries. And the U.S. is waiting for the opportunity to take Maduro out. The window to take him out just ended 24 hours ago, just ended on Sunday. So, so basically, Sunday night at midnight was the first opportunity we could do anything. So that gave us Monday yesterday. So now we're into Tuesday. So it hasn't even been 48 hours. It won't be 48 hours until midnight tonight that we've had the opportunity to do anything. And with all of the EAMs we've got going out and all of the aircraft that are up and about, it looks like things could be taking place here in the near future. And these are strategic strikes, folks. This is not an invasion. Okay, so it will start out with strategic strikes, and we want to make sure that when I say we, I'm talking about the United States. The United States wants to make sure that they're not killing innocent civilians in this. The goal is to get Maduro and his cronies. And so the first opportunity that the United States finds that they can get iron on target without collateral damage, then the United States is going to take that. But they wanted to get to what I was leading to earlier before I've been interrupted 3 times here now. What I was leading to before is the U.S. wanted to finish the meeting with Witkoff and Putin. That just ended. And so that may have been the reason we didn't strike yesterday, was because Trump wanted to get the meeting out of the way with Witkoff today. So they could start any time now that Witkoff's meeting is over. So Witkoff's meeting is over. China has said that they're not going to respond. Iran has said they're not going to respond, and Russia has said they're not going to respond. Well, then that's green light. So they can do it anytime. It's all a matter of when they can get a good shot in on Maduro. And again, Maduro has been hanging out with crowds of people. If you look at the videos coming out of Venezuela, he's dancing on stage with 1,000 people around him. That's not the place to drop a bomb. So we're gonna, as long as he's doing that, it's gonna make it very, very difficult for us to hit him. That doesn't say we're not gonna hit him, but there will come a time when he ain't standing by that crowd and he's in transit from one location to another, or he has arrived at a bunker and he is sleeping there overnight, and there's not a crowd of people there. Right. He was dancing yesterday. He was on stage with 12 women dancing yesterday. So, that's what we're waiting on is no, there is not a chance that Russia or Iran will break the agreement or China will break the agreement. Every single time that the United States has called, because look, we have red phones. We can call straight to China. We can talk straight to Iran through uh, other groups that we have, and we can talk to straight to Russia. We have a red phone, and we can pick that phone up and talk straight to Russian military commanders, talk straight to Chinese military commanders, and say, "Hey, we're going to do something. We've got a great big can of whoop ass. Would you like a plate full of it?" And they can say yes or no. And we found out today that when that phone call was made, that Russia, China, and Iran said, no, we've had our fill of whoop ass for the year. It's okay. We'll pass on it. We don't need it. Thank you very much. Appreciate the offer. I doubt anybody will take him from within, but we're getting ready for it. And so that's why people were signing up for memberships here today, because when all of this hits the fan, the chat will go to members only. And sometime after that, the stream will go to members only. Because I'm not going to be inundated by 1,000 trolls like we normally get. And it's the membership is cheap. It's only $3.99 or $4.99 to be a major. It's the cheapest major you'll ever get. Most majors are in the military for 10, 15 years before they become a major. You can be here, you can be a major in 5 minutes. So, yes, Venezuela is on their own. Nobody's going to be backing them up. So go get signed up as a member here, become a major, a colonel, or a general. I haven't seen any generals yet, or colonels. Well, that's what's going on, Hellcat. It's look, the United States is not in the business of killing innocent civilians in mass. That's not a good look. And considering the fact, yes, Coffee Club members get access, but Coffee Club members get access to the stream on Rumble, not the stream on YouTube. And make sure you are still a Coffee Club member. Coffee Club has canceled 2,000 of our subscribers. In fact, they cancel about 8 people a day. So go make sure that you are still there. And Coffee Club is partially owned by Russians. That's why they are doing that to us. It went from an E4 to a Q4. Or, oh, you went from an E4 to a Q4. Yeah, sure thing. So again, the U.S. is not in the business of killing a bunch of innocent civilians. That's not how we get our kicks. Up, stand by. Bat phone. All right, we are good to go now. So there's a lot going on. I'm getting phone calls from everybody. And a lot of people are convinced that the fecal matter is going to hit the fan in the very near future. We have gotten numerous phone calls, text messages, emails, notifications across the network that there are a lot of things that are in the works right now. And all of those things point towards things happening. Also, I want to thank everybody who is signing up as a member. So thank you, John, JC, Hicks. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome aboard. We've got a lot of local EAM traffic in and around the Caribbean. That is a definite sign that things are starting to happen. We've had a bunch of radio checks from mainsail to aircraft to ships to units out in the field. We've had a lot of ALE activity, automatic link establishment. Yeah, hit that like button, folks. We've only got 340 likes and there's almost 300 people in here. So we've had a lot of that activity. I've had Apache gunships flying past the studio. That's a rarity. And we've had other helicopters moving towards the Mexican-U.S. border. Not real sure what's going on with that, but I was tracking that just a little while ago. That's one of the reasons you didn't hear me in here. I was tracking why military aircraft were moving in and around the studio here. We are not near a military base. So, and we're not on the normal flight path. We've only had Apaches here one other time, and that's when they were being outfitted at a special facility not far from us, and they were on their way back to their facility in South Carolina, and they, for some reason, decided to fly by the studio and then make their turn towards their location in South Carolina. I thought that was pretty interesting that they flew right by the studio. I mean, literally right by the studio. We could see them in the cockpits as they were going by. And there were 6 of them. So we actually covered that on the news when that happened. Some of you may remember that. So yeah, welcome aboard, Catherine. Yes, they waved at us. Of course they wave at us. All right, thank you. Yeah, they need to reboot the whole stream is what they need to do, Dave. So I'm sitting here watching right now to make sure that it gets rebooted. So they can go up and wave at us on the camera before they reboot it if they want. But yeah, that needs to be corrected. I need everything on time. Not sure if they knew we were watching them, but we've had a lot of experience with military aircraft overflying us. Well, you'd be surprised how many subscribers we got, John. We've had a lot of people who have flown over us. For example, when we were out at Area 51, the fighter jets and stuff kept flying back and forth over top of us. And they would fly over and wave and then go out and turn around and come back and fly over and wave again. And we were there with the historian of Area 51, and he said, I've been here for 26 years and I've never seen that. He says they don't turn around and come back and wave. That's not how this works. And I'm like, I told you, I called them and told them that we were coming. And people don't believe that either, that we called Area 51 and told Area 51, hey, we're on our way out. But Area 51 knew we were coming for a year before we went. So the B-52s are still over the U.S. as far as we know right now. But anyway, we called Area 51 in advance and told them that we were coming. And so they knew for a year that we were coming. And then, because we told them when we were planning on coming, and then we called them 3 days before we came, and then we called them the morning before we came because we wanted to make sure when we showed up at the security gate that they knew it was us. So, and then we met with the curator before we went to the security gate, and it was crazy. While we were with this curator, they were flying F-16s over top of us. So, yep, I was out there. I spent a week at Area 51. This is the second time I've been to third time I've been to Area 51, twice with the news. I was a contractor when I was there the first time. So, yeah, we had a good time out there. We broadcast live from Area 51. We're the first news organization in the world to ever broadcast live from Area 51. In fact, and we're the first one to ever broadcast in 4K also. Let me see if So there it is. KLW World News was the first to broadcast in 4K from outside of Area 51, achieving this milestone via a live YouTube stream on March 31st, 2025. The broadcast took place near Ash Springs in the Nevada desert, close to the base gates, showcasing panoramic views from multiple cameras mounted on the van, along with locations proof of via Google Earth coordinates. They explicitly claimed that it was a world record, stating no previous 4K stream from outside of the site had ever been done, verified through research, and even a nod of AI confirmation. This predates space based 4K release from SIN ISS footage of April of 2025, surpassing prior ground efforts, which were capped at HD or lower resolution. So, yes, it is confirmed now. And I want to share that out. Post it. There it is. KLW World News was the first to broadcast in 4K from outside of Area 51. So, yes, it is confirmed and verified that we were the first to ever do it. There it is. You want to see it? I can do this. Then I can do this. And there it is. KLW World News was the first to broadcast in 4K from outside Area 51, achieving this milestone via a live YouTube stream on March 31st of 2025. So I said we were the ones and we researched it before we did it to make sure that we were the ones. And when I asked Grok said that it was this in April of 2024, and I said no, it's not. It was KLW. And that was from space. This claim here of 4K imagery of Area 51, this was broadcast from the ISS. That doesn't count. We're talking about at Area 51. But even though this is from space, we were still first because this was in April and we did it in March. We did it on March the 31st, 2025. First to ever broadcast a 4K live stream from Area 51. And we included GPS coordinates, live GPS feed, everything to prove where we were and everything. We did it as a world book, a Guinness Book of World Records data to prove that we did it. So it's all there that it was done by KLW World News. So yes, we are the first to ever do that. So, and we do a lot of stuff first. Yep. There you go, Escape. Escape, you need to become a member, dude. Go sign up real quick. Trying to get everybody signed up. Welcome, Audrey. We love this place too, Abe. Okay, it depends. Okay, now that you're a member here, if I'm trying to show you stuff that YouTube won't allow me to show you, so if you want to see the blood, guts, and gore and all that other stuff that they won't allow us to show on YouTube, you'll have to watch that on Rumble. If you want to see the live streams and get the EAMs and all the kind of stuff like we're doing right here, then you can stay right here and get all that. So this is a backup for everybody. Now, you guys are going to have to bear with me because I have not eaten today and I need to get something. All right, well, we'll wait for you to go find that card. Yeah, we try to be a little more family friendly here. I love how you do. On one it's saying there's 302 people, and on the other it's saying there's 294. Oh God, next year. That's interesting. When I go to the YouTube channel, it says that there's only 188 watching. That's not true. There we go. Now it's fixed it. Yes, Silver is a member on Rumble, and so you will watch the stream on Rumble when we get notified. So yeah, Coffee Club is on Rumble. YouTube is only on YouTube. Let's see something here. I thought. All right, let's set a goal here. I don't want that. I became a grandpa a long time ago, Patriot. Yeah, well, Patriot, I'm 60 years old, dude. So, or will be soon. Also, in case you did not know, this weekend I am having a class. It will be the world's best class on tactical lighting. We're talking about lights for your weapon, lights for your hand, lights for your head, lights for your family, lights for when the shit hits the fan. How to use them, what to use, what to buy, where to buy it, um, all that good stuff. I don't know, Taxi. Why are you still gray? Hope it's not because you're an alien. That would be really bad. All right, I got me some stew here, so that should do me. Also, starting the first of the year, we will be farming on Monday and Tuesday nights. Also, this will be our primary channel on YouTube, the one you're watching right now. The other is our backup. So sorry they monetized that one first, but that's what they did. Okay, well, we're waiting. Where are you paying it? Because it doesn't show that you're paying it here. Mel Merck. If you were paying it here, you would be green. And you're not, you're gray. Maybe you're a member on the other channel. Welcome, Raymond. Yeah, it's here now, Taxi. But you joined his coffee club. Welcome, Mel. All right, I got to go get me another bowl of that. My wife was just bragging to one of her friends that I love her stew, and I said, "Well, when you're starving." Hey, Martin. We don't go by Poly Market, troll. Yeah, we're troll free most of the time, and when they come in, we smoke them on site. I'm debating whether or not I want to smoke the average troller right now. There's taxi. Yeah, that was the same poll that said Kamala Harris was going to win. Isn't that powered by Chat GPT? Because Chat GPT said I ran for president in 2020. Hello, Dolly. Welcome aboard. She's a major Dolly. See that? No, there's no international law that says you can kill civilians when you're trying to kill a high value target. There is no law that okays killing civilians anywhere. And even if there was a law that said it's okay to kill civilians, the U.S. rules of engagement wouldn't allow it. Look, the U.S. has weapons that are so precise we can kill a single person in a car full of people. So, you know, just think of the missile uh, that has the blades on it. So, remember when we were using those against the terrorists? The missile would go down through the car and cut the roof open with 4 blades that would go right through the person that we were trying to kill inside the car. At worst, it might amputate half of an arm from the guy next door, but it normally only killed one person or injured one person. The Ford has left St. Thomas. The tugs have pulled the Ford off of the Switchblade. No, actually, it's not the Switchblade. It's a different missile than the Switchblade. The Switchblade has wings that flip out of it. It's not the Switchblade. Um, I'll look it up. I'll give you the model number of it. But the Ford has pushed off from St. Thomas. Tugs are pushing it out now. I just got that about 20 minutes ago. It's the R9X Ninja Hellfire, also known as the AGM 114 R9X. A brief explanation of who I am. Here, let's start 25 years ago.
We now return to security systems on Modern Marvels.
Here you go. This is me 25 years ago.
Inventor Lee Wheelbarger is a private citizen who believes that the best defense is an aggressive offense. Security is always dependent on closely observing the bad guy. And Wheelbarger's electronic creations have extended the eyes and ears of America's intelligence network.
What we have here is a pair of gyroscopically stabilized binoculars.
Periodically, select reconnaissance teams trek to Wheelbarger's rural Virginia retreat for an update on the latest in surveillance tools.
In addition, that activates the binoculars. Anytime you depress on the top, you'll hear a click sound. As long as that's depressed, the image that you're seeing is stabilized. You just bring them up, and that gives you a stabilized image of the battlefield, so that you can easily acquire targets and identify them, even from a moving vehicle. Go ahead and try it.
Wheelbarger began his career by aiding local law enforcement. Policemen overcome by assailants are often held by their own handcuffs. Wheelbarger devised a universal handcuff key, able to open any set of cuffs. High-profile kidnap targets, from the late Princess Diana and her family to President Clinton, have since worn the key hidden on their clothes or bodies. Wheelbarger specializes in deciphering the pictures created by thermal imaging cameras. When heat passes through the lens of such a camera, it strikes a detector array capable of registering minute temperature differences. The thermal pulse is then converted into a standard video image.
You'll notice that we're observing an individual in this parking lot, but a small mouse is going to run across the lower part of the screen, and the thermal imager is going to pick it up. Here's our mouse. As he comes up, runs across. That's how accurate a thermal imager is.
Thermal imagers look through surfaces that would block even the most sensitive night vision equipment. Here is the heat from a boiler deep within a ship. These pictures also reveal how recently cars or any machinery have been operated.
Now, the things that we can tell in this photograph is, number one, it was a cooler time of the year, because you see a lot of hot right here, right against the window. That's because the defroster was on. It heated the glass from the inside. We can also see that the rearview mirror has a heater inside of it. There's massive amounts of heat being radiated from underneath the vehicle. This is the muffler on the rear. This is the heat generated from underneath the engine compartment. And we can tell that the front brakes get hotter than the rear brakes. So obviously we probably have disc brakes on the front.
In some surveillance situations, miniaturization is the key to penetrating an enemy's defense.
The camera is a high-resolution camera that can use a standard lens like we have on it here, or it can be fitted with a pinhole lens, which will allow us to look through a hole in the wall, approximately the same size as a thumbtack makes. And gives us about a 120-degree field of view inside the room, even though it's only looking through the hole the size of a thumbtack.
Audio surveillance casts an even wider net. This handheld spectrum analyzer can listen in on any cell phone or wireless microphone transmission anywhere in the world. It tracks down signals in the RF spectrum and can detect up to 1,000 frequencies at a time. During the Gulf War, this device was used to monitor conversations between Saddam Hussein and his Iraqi ambassadors, providing information critical to planning the ground invasion. American forces in the Gulf also benefited from rifle-mounted infrared lasers. These beams tracked Iraqi troops at night without giving away Allied positions. In this demonstration, a container of warm water doubles as an enemy soldier. Laser beams are now so sensitive that they can hear distant conversations held behind closed doors, converting tiny vibrations into audio recordings.
What we have here is an infrared laser that will fire a beam up to 3 miles away. We shine this against the glass on the outside of a building, and we can measure the vibration of that glass with this. As the glass vibrates from sounds inside the building, we can detect the movement of the glass, and that allows us to hear what's taking place inside the building.
Wheelbarger's innovations are highly sophisticated tools that can be used for good or ill. When we return, the technology that keeps powerful tools in the proper hands. Until recent modifications by the Secret Service, even the Oval Office was susceptible to having conversations monitored by distant lasers measuring window vibration. Modern marvels will return.
So if you ask Grok who I am, Inventor Lee Wilbarger is the professional moniker of Lee Wilbarger, an American inventor, former U.S. Department of Defense DoD contractor, military technical consultant, and independent media host known for his work in battlefield technologies, green energy innovation, and alternative news commentary, background, and military career. Wilbarger has a long history of collaboration with the U.S. military, specializing in urgent need, battlefield-ready technical solutions. Described as an ex-DoD specialist and Special Forces trainer, he served as Vice President of Product Development and Military Specialties for Energy Extreme, contributing to defense energy projects that impressed Air Force and DoD representatives. His inventions include early systems like the DoD EMP leak project and weather station tied to Landsat technology from the 70s. He's been featured in media like Modern Marvels for his aggressive security systems, emphasizing observation-based defense. Inventions and patents. Wilbarger is a prolific inventor of multiple U.S. patents, focusing on training tools, security devices, and energy tech. Key examples are patents for a ball sport trainer, alternative reality for ball sports, training device, universal backup handcuff key, reciprocating ball sports. He is credited with inventing core products for Electric Blue Power, where he acted as the chief technology officer driving R&D in solar and battery management systems. Business and media ventures. In 2015, Wilbarger co-founded Electric Blue Solar Yacht with Christine Wilbarger, creating North America's largest, actually at the world's largest, 100% solar-powered yacht that is privately owned, and achieving green energy for marine applications. More recently, co-founder KLW World News in Pagosa, Colorado, under Pagosa 2A and Electronics. Frustrated with mainstream media bias, as owner and daily host, he delivers live breakdown of global events. often military and geopolitical, with a focus on debunking fake news through his channel. Face frequency, demonetization, and restrictions on YouTube. The network streams on Rumble, Roku, and X, featuring segments like Wilbarger's War Room and guest spots on podcasts discussing NATO threats and subversion. In 2025, KLW expanded its infrastructure to broader independent coverage, public presence, and controversies. Active on social media as Inventor Lee Wilbarger on Instagram, which I don't use anymore. KLW News 1 on X and Facebook. Wilbarger shares military tech insights, green energy updates, and news rants, amassing followers while drawing skepticism, such as fact checking questions his channel of global on ground sources and follower counts. His style blends expertise with bold commentary, positioning him as a self styled truth teller of defense and media circles. In summary, Will Barger embodies a Pylamith inventor turning media disruptor, leveraging his DoD honored skills for innovation and unfiltered global analysis. His work spans practical patents to provocative broadcasts, offering often polarizing audiences with its intensity. So that's what Grok has to say about me. There are others who will say all kinds of things about me. However, if you investigate their background, well, they turn out to be nobodies. Um, so hopefully that answered your question there as to who, what, where, when, why, and how of what Lee Wilbarger is. Yes, they are. Thank you. Oh, cool. So if you were on the Misery in the Gulf War, you were there when my buddies Patriot or Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired. My camera is still used on sniper scopes today. In fact, if you go to the White House and you look at the sniper scopes that the uh, Secret Service is using, they're still using my Leopold scopes. In fact, let me look and see if I can find you one. Well, I can't find one with my. They're showing me too many sniper scopes that aren't. Yeah, I'm not finding one. Uh, Penguin 6 actually took a photograph. It's been a few months back, but he took a photograph of a Secret Service agent on the roof of the White House with one of cameras, my camera scopes. But I'm looking online right now trying to find one, and I'm not. I ain't seeing one. Too much other shit is up there, but they're easy to spot. It's a box that's attached to the back of the scope on top. Welcome, Truth. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of updates. The Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians have said that they will not use their military force against the U.S. If we attack Venezuela. We don't have any information that says that the Gerald Ford is leaving the Caribbean Sea. We only know that the Gerald Ford has pulled out from the island. The tugs have pushed it out, and it is moving out to sea. Yeah, that picture of me sitting on a fat man bomb. The joke about that is it's a fat man on a fat man. But when I got up on that bomb for them to take the picture of me, and that's in a restricted area, by the way, you just don't normally walk up on a fat man bomb. But anyway, when I got up on it, my boots made marks on the side of the fat man bomb, and the guy in charge of the bomb was pissed off about it. I was like, "Look, dude, don't worry about it. The first time you use it, you'll never see those marks again." He didn't think that was funny, so I got boot marks all over his bomb. I'll have to go try to find that photograph. I don't know where it's at. I got it somewhere. So again, folks, if you haven't gotten signed up yet, now is the time to do so. That way, when we go private, you'll still be able to watch the streams here. So it's just $3.99 or $4.99, depending upon if you have a YouTube membership or not. Well worth it. Keeps the trolls away. We've smoked most of those. For some of our mods, they ran out of dope. Now they smoke trolls. There you go, Forrest. Oh, there you go. Thank you, David. Let me send this to myself. There we go. Now, welcome, Lost. You were once lost, and now you're found. Here, there, here, there. If I go over here, and I hit this button right here, well, you can see what a fat man on a fat man looks like. And this is where he got upset about my boots. First, I was slid up and had my feet down here, and I kept sliding further and further back and taking different pictures. So we took like a dozen pictures. This is finally the one that I decided on. But this is yours truly, a fat man on a fat man. And as far as I know, I am the only person in history to ever have their photograph taken on top of a fat man bomb. I don't know of anybody anywhere else in the world. I have never seen anybody setting on a fat man bomb. I'm the only guy. And I've got a clearer picture of that on my other server, but there it is. A fat man on a fat man. Welcome, Loretta. Because they're resetting the camera. It's got is the reason that it's still daytime down there. When what you have to understand is when a camera is streaming and the internet is interrupted, the stream stops, and for the time that it's interrupted, it gets behind, and that is cumulative. So this camera is, first off, it was the time was set to make it incorrect. It was a little behind anyway, but anytime there's an interruption in the internet, it gets further and further and further and further behind. And so it has gotten a few hours behind. So they are on their way up there to correct that. Yes, it's behind. We know that. Howdy, Canada Plus. Are they headed this way as far as the E11s, or are they still flying around out over Arizona? Because a lot of those guys are still in training on that aircraft because it's a brand new aircraft. It took the place of the old Compass call. Thank you, Loretta. Greatly appreciate it. Sure, all these people do too. Yeah, but he wasn't on a real bomb. That was it's Dr. Strangelove. That was a prop. This is a real Fat Man bomb. Totally different. I'm talking about the only person to have ever sat on a real Fat Man nuclear warhead. There ain't nobody else, as far as I know. Welcome, new members. Lugnut, who are you talking to? What you talking about, Willis? Oh yeah, reminds me of that movie too. But it's because of that movie that I climbed up on top of it. That was the other cool thing. That bomb was not outside when I was there, and the guy that was with me was in charge of the facility, and I asked where the bomb was, and he said I can go get it and bring it out. And so they went and got people and hooked a tractor to it and drug it out there for me. Um, um, so that's when I climbed on top of it. And they weren't going to say anything because I was a VIP at the military base. So that's why they let me climb on top of it. You, sir, actor name? Yeah, I don't think I want to get under it. Well, Lugnut made it. There's a bunch of rockets in the background. Yeah, it's Lugnut. I've always said he was a loose nut, but same difference. Same guy. He's on the loose now, anyway. The actor's name in the movie Riding the Bomb was Chill Willis. It's the same guy that played in Blazing Saddles. I can't remember his name right now. The bottom right camera is a spooky cam, and they are going up to reset it. This feed is behind. So until they can reset it, it's going to be daytime. It's a few hours behind. It's live, it's just delayed, or like live, because we're not allowed to say the word live on YouTube. Slim Pickens, yep, that's who it was. Slim Pickens wasn't it? I thought it was. Wow, we got a major ladybug now. Look out. Yeah, Slim Pickens. Yes, it was Slim Pickens. Died December 8th, 1983. Columbia, California. Born June 29th, 1919. Kingsburg, California. That's right, waving a cowboy hat on the way down. All right. No worries, Dave. We're waiting on him, buddy. If they can't get it done, we'll send you up there. I'll give you step-by-step directions on what to do. Lugnut, what are we Googling? Did I start calling you loose nut? If you just start hanging around the outside of the place, we're going to start calling you walnut. You start playing with electricity, we're going to call you wire nut. $50 lashes with a wet noodle. We would give you 100, but you probably like it too much. So don't want to spoil you. The strike will happen when the U.S. has a clear shot at Maduro. Yeah, everybody knows him as Slim Pickens. Yeah, wet towel cut you. I did that in high school. I cut a guy wide open with a wet towel. Just the tip of it. They can get a good shot at him anytime. They just have to be in the right place at the right time. The U.S. is not about to kill a bunch of innocent civilians. So Maduro keeps hanging out with large crowds of the public to use them as human shields. Yeah, they've been the Israel has been lasing drones for months now. We covered that on the news broadcast almost 6 months ago, 5 months ago anyway, towards the beginning of the year. So again, folks, if you have not become a member yet, now would be the time. Yes, that will be hard to do, but that's what the U.S. Um, is trying to do. They're not going to hit him while he's standing in the middle of a crowd. That's the thing. Might there be a few uh, innocents? Yeah, there's a possibility of that. But the goal is to hit as few as possible. So if one or two are hit, well, oh well, we did the best we could. But you're not going to drop a bomb on him when he's standing in a crowd of 10,000 people. That's not how it's going to be done. They're not going to bomb the stage he's standing on full of people. Would somebody like to tell YouTube how to join? I think you have to go to the main page of this channel and do it there. I believe that's how it works. There you go. Yeah, roger that on liking human shields. But there's going to come a time and a place where he ain't got the human shields, and the U.S. is going to have a high altitude drone or a fighter jet or something in the area at the time. And when they do, it's going to be fugly because they're going to deliver the paint. So that is coming. Just like updating the camera that we're watching in the lower right hand corner. All right, so just so you guys know, here in about 13 minutes, I'm going to leave this stream up, but I'm going to go over to Rumble to set up for tonight's news broadcast. Backyard, what? Then they're going for long range there, Dave. If it's spinning slow. There's YouTube. He's got it figured out. Welcome aboard. All right, so for those of you who are not members yet, this is what it's going to look like as soon as it kicks off. Just so you are aware. Howdy, Nighthawk. We do memberships now. Go get hooked up. Yes, we know that there are U.S. Marines in Tobago. Thank you, sir. I don't know, David. Mark Kelly's trying to run for president for the United States. You're going to find that out here in the coming days, weeks, and months. Nick, what are you saying? Well, welcome, backyard. Yeah, get hooked up now, folks. You don't want to miss out when a fireworks starts. Yeah, you got to watch out for that lug nut. He's just a nut now. No matter if he's a lug or loose or whatever, you just got to watch him. Yeah, roger that. The ones that fly dark are the ones that they don't want people to see what they're doing. That's called OPSEC. Dave, you should have told him to go watch KLW World News. He could learn all about it. They're the world authority on military war coverage here. You just had a commercial for a bra. I have to admit, I haven't seen that. I appreciate it, Dave. Still waiting for that picture of your troops with a thumbs up for KLW World News. There's that XB again. See, that's Delta and Sierra. This is coming out of Puerto Rico. I'll show you how I know that. See, that's coming in over the receiver here at the studio. Kari, you need to go sign up as a member. You hear me, Miss Mills? Well, as long as this is up, I've made $5 today. Just so you guys know, YouTube pays for every 1,000 views, you get $1 for an hour. If you have 1,000 people watch you for an hour, you get $1. No, I don't get any sleep. I tried to get sleep this afternoon, and they flew Apaches over the studio. So I was outside watching them fly around. And it's real hard to sleep after you watch Apaches. It's real hard to sleep after you watch Apaches flying around over top of you. They're not going to come to an agreement. That's already been determined there, BK. Rumble is owned by some people out of Canada and some Russians. Mike, that's on the other channel, not on this one. They monetized that one first, which is our backup channel, and now they've monetized this one, which is our primary channel. If you can't afford both, then just sign up here, and you can cancel the one over there. Yeah, roger that, David. I know the feeling. I haven't either, buddy. I've been getting about 2, 3, 4 hours a night at best. Jason made it. Yeah, get signed up, folks. Now is the time Because when all this kicks off, we're going to members only chat to keep the trolls out of here. I don't like iPhones either. Because it's behind, Kelly, we're trying to get it fixed. They're going up there to reset it. When anytime there's a break in the internet connection, it pauses the stream. So if you have multiple breaks on the internet connection, it adds those breaks up cumulatively. So if there's 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there, 30 seconds, a minute, every single one of those adds to the delay in the stream. Not only do trolls not hit the like button, trolls don't pay to be a member. And that's why we go to members only chat. Yes, change it to here, MBS. So sign up here and then you can cancel that one over there. MSB made it. Yeah, it wasn't here yesterday. Oh, come on, catnip. You can't be that poor. Uh, Dave, that'll be for members only. I can send that to you once we've briefed NATO. I agreed that we would not share that prior to briefing NATO, but as soon as that briefing is over, I'll send you a private link to it. You can show that to your men, but don't show it to the public. No, I'm not saying you're trolls if you don't pay. I did not fucking say that, Southern. I did not say that at all. I said trolls won't pay because they don't want to pay and get banned for being a troll. All right, roger that, Dave. Hey, brother. Thank you much. Hopefully, Catnip will get one of those since she's poor and can't afford it. Nope, sorry. Maybe next time, Catnip. Sure enough, Clunker. Yeah, outside agent, we are. Join up, buddy. We'll get you one eventually, Catnip. You hang in there. It's civilian if it is. Child of God's going to go sign up. See, our trigger did it. Who got one this time? Not yet, Catnip. Hang in there. We'll keep trying to get you. We'll try to catch you in the net. Well, you got to keep trying until we get Catnip. Trigger tried. Who wants to try again? Still ain't got Catnip. Don't go anywhere, Catnip. After all this effort, we don't want to lose you. We'll get you yet. All right. Thank you, Rock. Oh, still didn't get Catnip. We're trying to net them for you, Catnip. We're doing our best. Triggered's trying. Don't go anywhere, Nip. I understand burn notice. You can still go sign up though. It ain't gonna hurt you. It's only $3.99 or $4.99. I made it as cheap as I could. I know there's poor people like Catnip. Yes, there's big updates. China, Russia, and Iran all said today that they will not fight against the U.S. if they attack Venezuela. Their forces will not fight against the U.S. when the U.S. attacks Maduro in Venezuela because they didn't want to get their weenie whacked, is the truth of the matter. All right, Misty's trying now. Got wee bits. Man, still didn't get the cat. Good try, though, mister. They're not going to use proxies. If you want to get it here, if you want to be able to watch it here, you need to join here. It's only $3.99, $4.99. The old YouTube channel is our backup YouTube channel, and that was when we did monetization over there. That was the only one that was monetized. They told us that they wouldn't monetize this channel. They were only going to monetize that one. So we monetized that one. And 30 days after they monetized that one, they said, if you delete these 360 videos from your channel, we'll monetize you. So I went through and deleted, it was actually 364. I went through, or 367, something like that. It was 360 something. But anyway, said if you delete these, oh yeah, stay away from Ritter. Oh my God, Scott Ritter, yeah. But anyway, so we deleted all of those videos. Then once we deleted all those videos, we reapplied. It took them. They said they would do it within a matter of days. It took 2 weeks, and then once the 2 weeks was up, um, they said that we could have members. Uh, Thank you for the gifts. Greatly appreciate it. Rid of the people got one. Um, anyway, so they said once we had deleted all of those videos, they would do it, and then they said that they would monetize us. So they monetized us, and they said we could have members. Um, and so we got members, and then once we got members, we had to submit that to get approval. Then they said that it was approved, and then even though they said it was approved, they still waited. Yeah, there's going to be a news broadcast coming up here in 45 minutes. Yeah, roger that, David. Scott Ritter is a 2-time convicted pedophile and is a paid Russian shill. So, yeah. Stay away from Scott Ritter, the bullshitter. Southern Bread, I thought you were signing up, dude. Patriot Girl, how about you? You can do it. Yes. Monkey Works. Oh my God, that dude's out of his tree. He's bananas. That dude has not a clue what he's talking about. He I swear to God, that guy. Yeah, you need to check that to make sure that you'll accept uh, a membership. It has not refreshed itself yet. We're still waiting. The people that run the camera down there for us, their son is in the hospital. They had to go out of the hospital and see their son, and after that, they're going up there. So they're planning on refreshing it for us. Internet disruptions have put it behind, and we don't have a way to reset it from here. So they're going to go do it there. So we are patiently awaiting them to do that for us. Yeah, roger that, David. So hopefully we can get Scott Ritter down there so y'all can lock him up. Or just take him down to the beach and introduce him to the Venezuelans with the machetes. Scott Ritter's fat. It would feed a bunch of them. Yes, I'm still on Rumble, but we're here on YouTube because, well, there's problems with Rumble. For example, there's Russian influence over there, and they're screwing us out of a bunch of money. Yep, you made it. Test. I'm waiting for Patriot to go sign up. Yeah, we hate YouTube rules too. Just remember, it's not high school you hate, it's the principle of the thing. Good morning, Nails. Yep, go get signed up. You go on the main page, get signed up as a member. Trying to get everybody signed up. That way, when this kicks off, we can make it members only chat and block out all the trolls because trolls don't like to pay for memberships. And I made it as cheap as I can. It's $3.99 or $4.99. I'm not here to get rich because, well, nobody gets rich off $3.99. Plus, Rumble or YouTube takes 30% of it or something. It's ridiculous. Yes, Ontario, you're here. Catnip, you can't leave. And did you change the settings? We're doing everything we can to get you in here. Well, at least you got in here one way or the other there, Ontario. He already made an address from the Oval Office today, a couple of them, in fact. Hit that thumbs up if you would, folks. We've only had 472 likes out of 5,300 people. That's below 10%. All right, Catnip. Were they set not to receive before? D-Way, welcome aboard. Glad to hear it, Liz. We work with Duramax as much as we can. Well, most military guys like coconuts. Not so much the Navy guys, but the Army guys surely do. E4B is up. All right. Thank you. Welcome, new members. Fully loaded. Go get hooked up. David, you need to get hooked up too. Become a member. You gonna do it next week? All right. We'll be waiting on you. Yeah, be sure to like and follow the channel. Share us out, folks. Get that thumbs up. I think I'm gonna do the news broadcast here. I'll send it out to everybody on the network. That way I can just leave the other one the way it is. I ain't got to change nothing. Yeah, you can get an ad-free stream by getting a YouTube Premium. And yeah, Southern Illinois, I can answer questions, but you got to do two things. Number one, you need to go subscribe to the channel, come off some of them buckets of money you got, and spend $3.99 or $4.99. And two, quit lying and telling people you're in Venezuela. So, what's your question? I think it's $10. Southern Illinois, you're a lying son bitch. Okay, I know you ain't poor, and I know you ain't in Venezuela. So stop lying in my chat. You can afford $3.99 or $4.99. Don't talk that shit to me. I know who you are. I know where you live. I know what your house looks like. I know what you do for a fucking living. That's right, Preparing Ontario. No, it's not the same. Welcome, Fully Loaded. Yeah, I hate ads. I paid for it myself. There's Fred and Sue. Look at that shit. Where, again. All right, Southern Illinois, come off that crusty money. Go sign up. Sure thing, loving nature. Yeah, sure thing. So go sign up, then I'll know you like me, Southern. Durango, I know exactly where that is. I used to live in Pagosa. That's Puerto Rico talking. Hey, Rock, we've had a bunch of them, but that's out of Puerto Rico. Go side up, Illinois. Hit that thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. And I'm going to do the broadcast over here tonight, just answering people's questions. Except for Southern Illinois. I'm not going to answer his questions till he signs up. We're going to do the news on YouTube tonight. I'm getting ready to put the link in here.
Standby. Message follows. 7 Delta Bravo Romeo Tango Zulu Alpha 3 Romeo Echo Charlie Uniform 3 Oscar X-ray 3 Hotel Tango Delta Papa Bravo November India Romeo Papa 7 Juliet Charlie Whiskey Lima. I say again 7 Delta Bravo Romeo Tango Zulu Alpha 3 Romeo Echo Charlie Uniform 3 Oscar X-ray 3 Hotel Tango Delta Papa Bravo November India Romeo Papa 7 Juliet Charlie Whiskey Lima. This is Sergeant out.
Link to the live show is in the all call. Will be on YouTube tonight. Welcome, go. All right, again, folks, get signed up. Trying to get everybody signed up so when this thing kicks off, nobody gets kicked out of the chat. This is our primary YouTube channel. No, I was not aware that I was the first person to hit your alerts, but good to know. We try to be first, but more importantly, more important than being first is being right. A lot of people will tell you that's not the way to do it. That's fine. Yeah, they can say that nobody, but you were right. So, Rock, what are you talking about? Howdy, Mr. Thompson. Major Thompson. I'm waiting for somebody like Major Payne or Major Troll or Major Asshole to join in here, but we haven't gotten that yet. I mean, we've had some major assholes, but not official members. Howdy, John. Welcome aboard. All right. See you in a few, David. Well, we are too, Janet. So get signed up, become a member. I sent it out on the network pork chop. I got it. There it is. It went out at 7:40, 11 minutes ago. Josh, you've always been a major pain. Not that you can be one. Tell the truth. Yes, that's the correct one, Charlie. Rumble is where we recover the in-depth stuff that they won't let us cover here on YouTube. But Rumble has been screwing me so bad over the last 6 months. They are cutting my income in half every single month. I'm down to the point where this month, during the month of November, I made $258 a week. That's not half of what the studio payment is. That won't even pay the loans on the Intimidator van. So I I've got to do something alternative to Rumble if they are going to continue to cut my income every single week. So this is it. No, the newscast will be on this one, Audrey. And if you want, if you can afford to do both, then do both. If not, sign up here and cancel that one, because this is our primary YouTube channel. And I'm sorry for the mix-up, but YouTube would not monetize this channel. They did monetize that one. So we had everybody go there, and then a month after they monetized that channel, then they monetized this one. And so some people can't afford both, so then just cancel that one and join this one. Kick would not give us a Kick would not make us uh, a paid creator, because Kick is owned by Russians, and we don't talk good about Russians. Yeah, we're going to be doing chopper rides here too. In fact, when this kicks off, with all the places that get bombed, we're going to fly the helicopter there. Also, starting January 1st, we're going to be doing the farm sim on Monday nights and Tuesday nights. So everybody gets signed up as a member. The only way we're traveling to Venezuela is in our helicopter. Yes, you can cancel Kick, PD. Sign up here, buddy. So go sign up here first. Yes, you can cancel Kick, because again, Kick will not make us a creator, because they're Russian. They're tied to Russian organized crime, and since we tell the truth about Russia, they don't like us, and they won't. Here we go. Puerto Rico. That's Puerto Rico talking, and I can tell because it comes through so loud on the big one here at KLW World News. They're as loud as can be. That's Puerto Rico. Link to the live show is in the all call. So I just sent it out again. If you are not subscribed to the channel, you need to do so. Go get hooked up right here. So it's on the main page. It's like $3.99 or $4.99 a month. If you are a member on the other YouTube channel and you can't afford both, then sign up here and go cancel that one. Also, if you're a member on Kick, you can cancel that. That is a backup broadcast channel, but Kick is owned by Russian mafia. And since we tell the truth about Russia, they don't like it. So there's another one. See? So Pinkerton, Eden, go get signed up. Ontario, close the app and restart your phone. Yeah, hey Beck, yeah, you need to go sign up here. Same thing with Dairy. Charlie, go get signed up. Eden Vision. Tom's here so we can start, but Tom's got to get signed up. Yeah, if you're not hearing it, you need to reset your phone. There's Pinkerton. He got signed up. Welcome. All right, folks, we're doing the live stream over here tonight because the folks at Rumble are continuing to pay me less and less and less each month, even though we are growing like a weed over there. We're getting over 1,000 new followers a month, yet they are cutting our pay in half every month, and we're down to the point of where I earned $258 a week during the month of November off of Rumble. With over 30,000 subscribers and thousands of hours of watch time, over 500,000 likes, and over 16 million views, they paid me $258 a week. That is less than what the loan payments on the Intimidator are. That's less than a third of what the studio costs are. That's only twice as much as the electric bill. So we are having to, Kick will not pay us because Kick is owned by the Russian mafia, and we don't talk well about the Russian mafia. And so Kick will not monetize us over there. To do the workshop, you have to be a member of the KLW World News Network. So you need to go to klwworldnews.com, get signed up there as a VIP Platinum or Gold. And even if you only sign up for a month, that one workshop. Thank you much, Greg or Rock. I appreciate it, buddy. I wish I had 100 people like you. We could have a huge freaking network and do what I really want to do. But anyway, the we're trying to here's another EAM. Scrapping dude, that's not true. In fact, most attacks are carried out on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. If you go by the averages since the beginning of World War One, regarding U.S. military forces globally, I've already done that research. So, yeah, you can look it up. I've done every war, every military action since the beginning of World War One that the U.S. has carried out. The vast majority of those is carried out on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. All right, Eden Vision. So, and yeah, these EAMs are coming from Puerto Rico. It doesn't matter. I've done every single one of them, scrap dude. This is a war of, this is not an invasion. We're not invading. This is a strike on Maduro, and the U.S. military will carry that out at the opportunity that they have to carry it out. The U.S. military doesn't give a fuck about the market. The U.S. military is here to take out Maduro. I've spent 30 years with the U.S. military with special forces. I'm here to tell you, they don't give a fuck. This is a target of opportunity. And when that opportunity comes, they're going to take it. All right, I understand that, G's. I don't need to bet, scrap. Watch and see, or hide and watch, whichever you so choose, buddy. It makes no difference to me. Thank you, G-Rock. I'm hoping Kitty will get it. Did Kitty get it yet? Where's Kitty? Yeah, Kitty, 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 Kitty. Kitty, you're still in here? All right, hold your breath, Eden. Where's Kitty? Where's Kitty? Kitty still ain't got it. Thank you, G-Rock, but we still didn't get Kitty for some reason. All right. Grammy got it? No, rain's not going to stop it. Thank you, Rock. Greatly appreciate it, buddy. All right. So the fact of the matter is, this is not a ground invasion. This is not a ground war. This is a tactical strike against Maduro and his cronies. The U.S. has only been talking about making an attack against him. His time limit was up on Sunday. So at Monday night at midnight, last night, or tonight at midnight, their time, which is coming up here in just an hour and 50 minutes, it's only been 48 hours that we've had the opportunity to strike him, because Trump said you have a week to leave. And yes, I've heard over the horizon radar many, many times. So the fact of the matter is Maduro has been hiding and using human shields to keep from getting hit and keep from being targeted. So the fact that he is using human shields, standing on stage with 1,000 people around him, the United States is not going to strike Maduro while he is standing on stage with 1,000 innocent people. The U.S. is not going to do that. That's not a good look for the U.S. or anybody else. Thank you again, Rock. So they're not going to do that. So as soon as the U.S. it's going to be airstrikes. We don't need or want boots on the ground. So we're going to carry out airstrikes against Maduro and his people. That's how it's going to work. I doubt that we are going to send anybody in to fight. Catnip, you keep hanging on, Catnip. We'll eventually get you hooked up. You will eventually get there. Just stay here, Catnip. Don't go anywhere. So everybody needs to sign up to this channel and become a member on this channel, because when this kicks off, we're going to be doing members only. That's why Brock and other people are being so gracious as to giving out memberships here this evening. The KLW World News family is a great family to be a part of. If you're not part of the KLW World News family, you're missing out. You need to go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up there as a VIP Platinum or Gold. That will get you on our private news network that has over 100 channels of news, text, talk, and chat that you will not get here on any broadcast or on any other news platforms. And so that's what you need to do, is go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up there as a VIP Platinum or Gold. So we're going to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's what we strive to do. And a lot of people don't like the fact that we tell the truth or that we call out people of influence. And we just tell it how it is. And we're not politically motivated. We're not one side or the other. Wow, Brock, appreciate it. Did we get Kitty this time? Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. Did we get Kitty? Come on, let's get Kitty. Where's Kitty? See, and we got people like G-Rock. Okay. See, you can't beat this. Yes, we're still going to do Rumble. Absolutely. We're still going to do Rumble. Catnip, I can't believe you have not got snagged up in this net yet. No, Catnip is still Mister somehow or another. Is that insane? How did we miss Catnip? So anyway, everybody needs to be signed up on this channel as our primary channel. If you're on our other YouTube channel, and let me explain how that happened. We weren't monetized on YouTube for 7 years. Thank you, Casey. And so we weren't monetized for 7 years, and the channel that I had for 15 years, which had thousands of videos on it, they took that channel down overnight and took $5,800 from me and my wife. And so that left us homeless. Honest to God truth here. So we were pissed off at YouTube. And so we still, because we had people that cared about us and had we found other ways to get people to be able to pay us and support the channel. So we survived. And then when we got out to Colorado, well, guess what? We got homeless again. Damn, G-Rock done hit us with another 20. Maybe we're going to get the kitty this time. Keep looking for the kitty. Did the kitty get it? Are you kidding me? So anyway, thank you, Rock. We're trying. Look, we're going to have to. There's got to be some way or another that we can get catnip in here. This is insane. So anyway, get signed up, folks. Or Rock hit us with 50 more. Come on, Kitty. This is like pulling a slot machine here to see if Kitty comes up. So many people get memberships. And Kitty's been here for hours. And you've got your app turned on, Kitty, that says you'll accept a free membership. It's hard to believe that they're overlooking you. You could check that setting again, Kitty. Why are they overlooking Kitty? This is absolutely insane. This is the great part about the KLW World News Network, folks, is the fact that people will give like this and support the channel and other people. It's just part of being part of the family, which it is a family here. So we got to get Kitty. We can't leave Kitty behind. Something has. Don't start, Matlocks. I need to get that whip over here. Bird, notice you need to sign up. Yes, it is, Rock. I cannot believe that we're not catching Kitty. This is the most elusive Kitty I have ever seen. I mean, it's like, how do you not catch Kitty? Thank you, Rock. You're the man, too. Yes, Duramax Prepping can rebroadcast our broadcast as long as they give us credit. Any news organization is welcome to Yeah, roger that, Cat.
Oscar, Quebec, Lima, Victor, Delta, Romeo, Ford, I say again, 7, Delta, Echo, 7, Delta, India, Foxtrot, 7, Quebec, Echo, 7, Whiskey, Papa, 6, Juliet, Hotel, Golf, Hotel, India, 3, Uniform, November, Oscar, Quebec, Lima, Victor, Delta, Romeo, Ford. This is Delta, out.
Yeah, this is insane because catnip has been here long before Chubby Wong, but Chubby Wong got one. That's weird. So, welcome, Deb. They're getting set up for what's about to come. You know, the the U.S. is preparing for the attack. It's that simple. Um, you know, and it's not a case of what day of the week it is. It's a case of when the target of opportunity becomes available. And once the target of opportunity, which is Maduro, becomes available, they're going to take that shot. Thank you, Rock. I appreciate it, buddy. KC, got it? So if you can afford to buy memberships for other people, we would encourage that you do so. We're trying to get everybody to get a membership here. There's 519 people in here, and about 300 of them have memberships. So hell, there's only 200 more people or so, that 220 more that become a member until everybody here's a member. We've got to get Kitty sooner or later here. So if you can afford it, put it in there. So thank you, Hugo. We're rolling the dice to see who catches Kitty. So let's see if we can get Kitty here. I don't know how to gift a membership, so yeah. Thank you, Rock. Appreciate it, buddy. We'll get Kitty one way or the other. The last cash button. No, it's not because you talked about the bra. Yeah, we understand that. A lot of us are broke. I'm going more broke every day. So hopefully this is going to change here in the near future. All right, Triggered sent 5 more. Did we get Kitty? Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. Nope. Are you kidding me? This is unreal. Still no kitty. Whoever heard tell such a thing? Yeah, it's a shame you can't. All right. Thank you, Rock Buddy. Greatly appreciate it. Come on, let's try to get Kitty in here. All right, welcome, Farming Girl. Thank you. All right, Burn Notice. Understand that. Yes, she's got it set on. Thank you, prayers. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, Roger that. And I was sitting right next to him. That dead dude was 100 yards from me. No, I don't think it's a phone thing. Thank you, Patel. There you go. Yeah, if you haven't signed up to allow membership, there it is. Welcome, Big K.
Signal with the touchdown. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Signal with the touchdown. Out.
There's Farmer. I thought you signed up last night. No worries, Pork Chop. Yes, Kim, you made it there. The Russian satellite crash. Yep. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I don't know what we got to do. But anyway, everybody needs to go sign up if they can. No worries, Timothy. Okay, it doesn't show that you're signed up tonight. I don't know what's going on. But welcome, new members. Thank you, mister. Appreciate it. Gotta love it. Welcome, Peter. See, we know why his wife likes him. He's a major Peter, see. Thank you, Eden. The difference between EAMs from Puerto Rico and EAMs from the States, or the EAMs from Puerto Rico, are going out to the forces that are in the Caribbean only. So it's a major. It's a when they come from Puerto Rico, we know it's for the forces in the Caribbean, because the only thing we normally hear Puerto Rico say is test counts. So to hear messages coming from Puerto Rico hot and heavy like they have been for the last 48 hours, there's something going on down there. So, and I wanted to do this over here. So is that, one, we have a larger audience. Two, I wanted to get everybody signed up over here now that this has been monetized. And I wanted to do it more of a round table like we do for our members. The all call is on the KLW World News Network. So if you are a member of the KLW World News Network, to do that, you just go to klwworldnews.com and sign up there. Then you will become a member. What makes U.S. carry out plans on Tuesday or Wednesday more than other days of the week? Anything special about that? No, there's nothing special about that. It's just if you look at the law of averages, and it's only Tuesday and Wednesday only won by 1 or 2 conflicts over any other day of the week, Monday through Sunday, or so. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday all have about the same number of attacks or ground invasions, and that's what I went by when I researched it, was attacks or ground invasions. I did both. And I said, what days of the week are most likely? And it said there is no likelihood. However, Tuesday and Wednesday are more common. And it was only by, literally, when you added up by the days, they were only 1 or 2 more attacks on Tuesdays and Wednesdays than there were any other days of the week. Because you got to remember, there haven't been that many attacks carried out by the United States since the beginning of World War II, as far as major attacks. We're talking about World War, or excuse me, beginning of World War II. That's World War One earlier. I didn't mean to. Since the beginning of World War II is what I asked. So you talk about D-Day invasions, Desert Storm, all of our attacks, even stuff since 9/11 and stuff carried out in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, all of that was taken into consideration. And Tuesdays and Wednesdays happen to be slightly higher by 1 or 2 attacks than any other day of the week. And so, because I wanted to know if there was a pattern, and there isn't. It's a matter of Tuesdays or Wednesdays happen to be the way they fell. And this is going to be a case of target of opportunity. This is a case of they're going to go after it when Maduro becomes a target of opportunity. They're waiting for a time that he is around the least number of people and they can get a good hit in. And that's when they're going to go after Maduro. So it's not a case of, what day of the week it is or how it's going to affect the markets. This is a case of they're going to do it when they can. And you hit targets of opportunity when you can. Doesn't matter what time of the day or night or what day of the week or the month. Thank you, mister. So any other questions from you fine folks here this evening as we go through? So some news we do have. We haven't gotten anything back yet as far as how it went between Wyckoff or Witkoff and Putin. So we don't know how that meeting went, but we do know that it was announced today that um, China, Russia, and Iran have said that when the United States attacks uh, Venezuela, that Iranian troops, Russian troops, and Chinese troops will not fight against American troops in Venezuela. Russian troops are there providing training, Iranian troops are there providing training, and Chinese troops are there providing training, but those troops will not take place in combat actions against the U.S. And that has been told by the Pentagon and folks in the White House that the Chinese, the Iranians, and the Russians want no part of being on the receiving end of America's big stick. So people are being moved to safer locations, and that is what we were seeing last night and tonight. There were multiple reasons uh, that we believed something was going to happen last night or tonight, and that is because of the actions that are taking place, the systems that have been turned on, the orders that have been given, people put on the go line, increase in radio traffic, the deadline from Trump expiring on Sunday night at midnight. So the longer it goes, the more likely it is to happen. Because the United States is not going to wait around forever. Do we got any more questions, folks? Going once. Going T-wise. Hello. Also, Farm Sim, if you have a computer and you're into farming, you are a member, you're on YouTube, Rumble, KLW World News Network, Coffee Club, you are welcome to come in and farm with us. We will also be flying the flight simulator here once the attacks take place. We'll be flying over the areas that get hit so we can show you what got hit and where. And where is everybody from? Put that in the chat. Wow, my chat just jumped majorly. What the hell? I missed a lot of questions here. Correct. When they got Soleimani in Iraq, when they had the opportunity, they hit him. David is dealing with his family right now. They are moving them away from the combat area. So he is physically moving his family away from where they are now, so they're not in the conflict, hopefully. No, this is not going to start out as shock and awe. This is going to be a case of it's a target. It's like Soleimani in Iran. A missile went in and took him out. There may be a case of no. There's no legal problem getting approval from Trump. It's a specific target. They're not trying to take over the country. So this will be a case just like Soleimani or any of the other targeted hits that the U.S. Yes, I still have the Possum channel. I have Possum Cam. We bring them up on Rumble from time to time. Glad to see everybody's in here. Kentucky, Ohio, Missouri, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, New York, Florida, South Florida, North Carolina, New York, Pennsylvania, Southeast PA, Altoona, PA, where the trains are, upstate New York, Washington, Rhode Island. I rode horses. Evansville, Indiana. I almost bought a fire truck from Evansville. In fact, there's a news article about me in the Evansville newspaper. New Brunswick, Canada, Delaware, Northeast PA, Illinois, South Carolina, Alabama. Welcome, William. Harris, PA, or Harrison, PA. I got a funny story about Harrison, PA. I had a guy from the Pentagon who was supposed to come see me. And I was in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And I gave him my address in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And when he typed it in the computer, it took him to Harrison, Pennsylvania. Come time for the meeting, and he wasn't there. And he's like, "I'm having a hard time finding your office." And I was like, "Where are you?" And he started telling me, and I'm like, "Dude, where are you?" He said, "I'm in Harrison, Pennsylvania." I'm like, "No, you need to be in Harrisonburg, Virginia." And he was like 3 or 4 hours away. So we ended up canceling the meeting and rescheduling it for 2 weeks later. But this guy from the Pentagon went to Harrison, Pennsylvania, as opposed to Harrisonburg, Virginia. Let's see, Ohio, Central Florida, Idaho, Calgary, Galesburg, PA. I've been there. Vermont. Dano, Philippines. Well, you're a long way from here. Welcome. North Dakota, Eastern Nevada, Western Mass, Maryland, Detroit. I bought a police car in Detroit from the Michigan State Police. It was one of their highway interceptor Crown Vics, you know, the ones we're talking about with the low profile tires and the racing engines, shit in them. I had the movie, it was in the movie The Sentinel. I bought it to put it in that movie. I provided all the police cars for the movie The Sentinel. Um, Finger Lakes, Missouri, New York, Page, Texas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Puerto Rico, Moss, Washington State, Southern Michigan, Washington State. Welcome, William. Um, Rock if they're using the JASM missiles, um, the JASM missiles don't care about the air defense. The air defense can't pick them up, and so the JASMs can fly right through. They don't. That's not a problem for them to fly right through. Marietta, Ohio, West Tennessee. Yes, animal. I have 8 possums and 50 chickens. Knob, Missouri. Western VA. What do you mean by Western VA? You got to be more specific than that. That's Southwestern VA? Yeah, probably a one and done hit. Coldwater, Michigan. Most water in Michigan is cold. Nashville, Tennessee. Got friends in Nashville. Eastern Central Ohio, St. Cloud, Minnesota. I've been there. Central Mississippi. Colorado. Where in Colorado? The Rocket City, Alabama, which would be Huntsville, where I used to work at Redstone Arsenal. Bama. I've been to Bama. Just outside of Birmingham. If you're on the north side, a friend of mine's there. He fixed my pickup truck. Sure thing. Southeastern England, New England. Yeah, lots of Ohio. Chicago, burb. Anniston, Alabama. I know where that is, and I've been to Southeast Michigan. Southern Iowa. I don't know if there's any E6s up now or not. There were earlier. Iowa, New Central Oregon. Coral Gables, Florida. I've been there. Southeastern North Carolina. Been there too. Winnipeg, Manitoba. I think I have been there. No, I didn't sleep all day. I tried to, and they started flying Apache gunships around the studio. So, of course, I had to get up and go watch that. Who can sleep after watching Apaches flying around their place? Well, Kim, thank you very much. I'm glad I could educate you. That's my goal, is to get people to know the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. South Central Indiana. Highlands, Michigan. Central Florida. I've definitely been there, as well as Ann Arbor, Michigan. Yeah, well, we got plenty of stray cats around here. There's a lady down the road called the Cat Lady. She's got like 40 of them she feeds. We're the possum people here. Sydney. Haven't been there, but I've been invited many times. Howdy, Hill Walker. Get signed up, buddy. Just $4.99. Yep, Horchak. Idaho. New Mexico. Hull, UK. You know, I can't say that I know where Hull is. I have been to London, Devon, and you know where the antenna park is. Um, the big antenna farm that's got all the domes. I can't remember what they call it. It's been too many years. It's been 26 years, 25 years. But those are the places I've been. And then where BAE Systems is outside of London, I've been there. Yeah, roger that. Bunkers. You still didn't answer where you was in Western. Honaker, Virginia. Where is that? Spring, Texas. Somerset, I know where that is. Lumberton, North Carolina, absolutely. 4 pugs, 1 possum, 14 cats, 3 fixed rabbits, and all my babies are fixed. Yeah, I got a bunch of rabbits, 50 chickens, 4 pigs, 2 horses, 8 possums. Broken Bow, Oklahoma. I've heard of that, but I don't think I've been there. Oh, yeah, I know where Citra and Volusia is. Yeah, Hillsdale is a small world. His name's Trump. All right. I used to have a goat named Trump, and if you ever saw his hair, you'd see why. From the front, he looked exactly like Trump's hairdo. No, I don't know what you get when you cross a cat with a puss or possum. Rockingham County. Really? Where in Rockingham County? What town? And how long have you lived there? Yes, absolutely, Alaska. You need to sign up on KLW World News. Men with Hill Station. I knew it. You're right. Men with Hill Station. Yeah. Maui, Hawaii. Cat's here. It's the redbud capital of the world. I didn't know that. Rockingham County is the turkey capital of the world. Yes, Jeff and Johnny will be live this Thursday, and you need to make sure that you're here for Jeff and Johnny on Thursday. You're not going to believe what we're going to talk about this Thursday. Yeah, it's getting interesting, isn't it, with all the helicopters flying around? I'm still waiting for backyard clunkers to tell me where in Rockingham County. Clunkers, you know why I'm asking that question? All right, does anybody else have any questions for me? Now that we went through where everybody in the family's from. Where'd clunkers go? Earth the clunkers. Earth the clunkers, come in. Yep, thumbs up, share it out, folks. Well, that's good to know that Rob loves us. Sure thing, Jared Allen. Get signed up here, buddy. Moline, Illinois. I've been there. Yeah, I know exactly where the Grapevine is. I went up and filmed the railroad up there in Grapevine. Yep, silver's 59.38. I have a friend of mine that has hundreds of pounds of silver. Yep, home of John Deere. I'm going up there this spring. I'm trying to anyway. We have a member up there that works at the factory that makes the cabs for John Deere, and I want to go to the John Deere, Florida. Bell, Florida. You're fucking kidding me. You live in Bell, Florida? Do you know that we used to be neighbors if you live in Bell, Florida? Where do you live in Bell? As if Bell is a monstrous place. Yeah, get signed up. You're welcome, Jared. It's our job. We do our best. Wow, Nurse Farmer. That's good to know. You're on John Deere's calendar. Talking about you work there too? Well, we have another member that works there. You live in Elkton? You're fucking kidding me. How long have you lived in Elkton? That's all right, Spring 44. And refresh, backyard. Elk. Oh my God, I know your family heirloom, backyard cluckers, the yellow truck with the black stripes. Well, we're doing a class on Saturday, or excuse me, on Sunday. So get signed up, folks. Get signed up. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up. The class I'm going to give you on Saturday, or excuse me, on Sunday at 3 Central, will be the most informative class on tactical lighting, all of that, on how to charge, what lights to buy, why to buy, what to use, when to use, how to use, all that. So yeah, we're gonna teach you about night vision. We're gonna teach you about infrared, red, yellow, green, blue, ultraviolet, thermal imagers, what to use, lasers, uh, uh, weapon sights, all that good stuff is the class on Sunday, and it's you know, VIP membership is $35. The class should be $150 for what you're going to learn. You're going to learn 5 classes that I've been teaching for 30 years, and I'm combining. Uh, it depends upon what you're doing it for, Jared. Are you getting on the KLW World News Network? If you are, we have specific radios that we recommend for that. We'll be talking about that on Sunday too. Oh my God. You want to put your name in here since you helped me move out of the cabin? All right, I didn't realize that you were you were following me on here. Well, that's been a long time ago. It's been 20 years ago, almost. It has been 20 years. Ultraviolet, UV. So it's infrared, red, yellow, green, blue, and ultraviolet are the frequencies of light that I will be teaching you about. And then thermal are the frequencies of light that I will be teaching you about on Sunday, if you are a member. So, any other questions in here? Got 322 new members today. Well, thank you, Jared. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, Rex Road. All right. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Yep, hope you're doing well. Nurse Farmer made it. Look at that. All right, you're on the KLW World News Network. Well, then you're going to see the show on Sunday that everybody should see. There's Melody. Yeah, roger that. Yep, thank you, Faith. I don't think any special forces have been literally like inside of the country. I think there have been some special forces around the country looking in. No, Jared, I don't really have any downtime. Um, I wish I did. I'd love to spend more time with my wife. I'd love to ride my horse. I got a horse out here that I have yet to get on the back of. Had him for years and haven't even had a chance to ride my own damn horse. Um, when we started this, we thought it would be good. It grew. Everything was going great until Biden got into office. And when Biden got into office, it went to hell. And then when Trump came back into office, we thought it would be much better. But because we tell the truth about Trump and so many of the channels, like what people don't understand is Rumble is backed by Russian mafia money. And the key people on Rumble are Russian mafia backed, even paid by RT. Same thing applies to Kick. Um, um, so I ride English and Western. My wife is a Western, um, and she used to jockey horses. Used to be a thoroughbred racehorse trainer, and so I've got a buckskin, and my wife has a palomino. Um, so So, yeah, how is Marshall anyway? But anyway, so yeah, I'd love to. I like to travel and go around all over the country, but with the way the economy has been and uh, the coffee club canceling 2,000 of our subscribers and Rumble uh, cutting our pay to a quarter of what we were making before, I'm just on the air all the time just to try to make ends meet. So that's why I'm so thankful that YouTube has monetized 2 channels for me now. Um, but yeah, I like hunting, so I get to do that every once in a while when varmints aren't supposed to be on the property. I go out and eradicate them. Yeah, yeah. I used to jump. In fact, I used to be a vaulter. If you know what vaulting on horses is. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, Roger that on a gaited horse. I like a good jumper. The great part about the horse I got now, Cisco, he jumps and rides Western, um, so he's a good horse, well trained horse. And then my wife's horse is a reserve grand champion. Uh, you, Venezuela has intermediate risk missiles from Iran and China, and uh, they have hypersonic missiles from China, and they also have missiles from Russia. So they have a collection of missiles from 3 different countries. Mainly the Chinese and the Iranian missiles are the ones I'm worried about being hit from Venezuela, although Russia has delivered kitchen cruise missiles to Cuba, and Russia has ships in Cuba with hypersonic missiles on them. So, not a good thing at all. Yes, the missiles can reach the U.S. That's the concerning part about all this. That's why I'm doing briefings to NATO. We've found all these missiles. We've found where they were brought in, how they were brought in, where they're stored, what they are. We've got satellite imagery of the missiles on the ground. I've got satellite imagery of Russian kitchen missiles being delivered to Cuba on March. I think it's March the 25th of this year, or March 19th of this year. Well, that's good to hear that he's working and he got married. The U.S. is going to war because we want to keep Iran, Russia, and China out of our backyard. The missiles from uh, China can hit New York State. I don't know if the missiles from Iran, there's a possibility the missiles from Iran can, but I know that the ones from from China can, because the ones from China have a range of 5,000 kilometers. And the ones from Iran have a range of a little over 1,000 kilometers. So here we go.
All stations need to start gun, break, 7, Delta, Victor, Quebec, 2, stand by, 7, Delta, Victor, Quebec, 2, stand by, 7, Delta, Victor, Quebec, 2, stand by, message follows, 7, Delta, Victor, Quebec, 2, Papa, Sierra, 2, Hotel, November, 2, 7, Victor, Foxtrot, November, Papa, Mike, Yankee, Kilo, Quebec, 4, 6, 7, Extra, November, 6, 4, Charlie, 2. I say again, 7, Delta, Victor, Quebec, 2, Papa, Sierra, 2, Hotel, November, 2, 7, Victor, Foxtrot, November, Papa, Mike, Yankee, Kilo, Quebec, 4, 6, 7, Extra, November, 6, 4, Charlie, 2. This is Dark Gun, out.
First off, we don't know that they have nuclear missiles in Venezuela. That hasn't been confirmed. And secondly, I'm not worried about a tsunami because most of the time when a nuclear warhead detonates in the water, it makes a geyser go straight up, and the tsunami is not that bad. It only impacts the area right near where it hits. Yeah, I'm not worried about nuclear warheads. We have no evidence that nuclear warheads have been delivered to Venezuela. Now, as far as Cuba is concerned, I think Cuba will come after Venezuela. So I think that the U.S. is going to deal with Venezuela first, and then they will deal with Cuba after that. So I think that's why the presence is so significant in the Caribbean. There's also a presence north of Cuba around Florida. So if somebody is dumb enough to fire something out of Cuba, then there's something in between that and the United States that can take it out. So yeah, we're keeping a close eye on Cuba as well. Big deal. Big deal. So has anybody else got any other questions for us here this evening? Since we have went an hour and a half here in this as opposed to an hour like we normally do. And what do you guys think of doing the news this way? There's 445 of you in here. Do you like it this way, or do you like it the way I do it on Rumble? Or would you do a preference of this and the way I normally do it on Rumble if you had your choice? No, EAMs are not just for nuclear forces. EAMs are for tactical forces. Or excuse me, I said tactical, strategic forces. So naval units, the marine amphibious units. I don't think they're going to go on land in Cuba, and if they do, it'll be very limited. Yeah, I could do a combo, but if I do a combo, I'll have to do that on Rumble. I won't be able to do that here. Because a lot of the stuff I show on Rumble, YouTube won't let me show. But I don't think the U.S. if they do go into Cuba, it'll only be to verify that our stuff, that the stuff there has been dealt with. I think it'd be the exact same way in Venezuela. They would go in and force at a spot, land, deal with what they had to do, set the charges, blow the shit up, and get out. No booms yet, but that's going to change here pretty quick, Honey Island. You're not going to be a troll over here, are you, honey? The point of no forces on Cuba, the point is to get rid of the stockpile of kitchen missiles that they have at the airport. Kitchen missiles are hypersonic anti-ship missiles, and they've got several dozen of them. So the point is to get rid of those missiles. A nuclear warhead, in most cases, can be detected. There are not 176 E6s. I don't know where you get that, but there are not 176 E6s. No, that's not true. I don't know where you got the information of 176 E6s. There are only 16 operational E6s in the entire U.S. inventory worldwide. There have never been 176 of them. So whoever put together your hex code list is out of their ever-loving mind, because there have never been 176. There have never been 30 E6s in total built from day one. So whoever came up with the number of 176 E6s is out of their mind. Yes, the total number is 16. In 2025, there are 16 operational E6Bs operating in the U.S. Navy. They're in VQ3, VQ4, and VQ7. And they're at Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma. And they replaced the EC-130Q. So, yeah, I don't know who don't. That's, you've got a screwed up hex code list. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's 16 total. So the reasons there's so many up right now is because there's so much going on. They want to make sure everybody is up and trained and everybody's working good. Well, first off, Hegseth didn't give the order. That was a bold-faced lie. So it's already been proven that Hegseth didn't give the order, and that what was it, the Washington Post was flat out lying. That's already been proven. So it's not disavowing of the Hegseth order. The fact that the Hegseth order is a lie. He didn't give the order. I think it was a admiral gave the order, and it was Admiral Bradley, I think it was. So you can tell the New York or the Washington Post that they're full of it. Yes, there is a possibility of repercussions here in the United States when we kick this off. Yeah, we have KLWO World News, KLW News 1. I got so many damn email addresses. Hold on. Let me put it in the chat here for you. Is Ron in here? Ron, are you in here? So just so you know, we track pretty much every military aircraft that's of this type or any other type worldwide every day, and we have for a long time. And Ron has all of those hex codes in a spreadsheet that she does every day. And so you can send that to me. Ron, I'm going to send you, this guy's going to send me his list of hex codes. I'm going to send that to you. If you would go through those hex codes, cross-reference them with everything we have in our database, so as that we can get him straightened out, give him the proper number of hex codes of E6Bs. Yes, there are 16 E6s. Sure thing, Kevin. Yes, I do think we will strike massive bunkers that I have picked out. Cobra Ball is a very special airplane. Timothy has a sight problem there, prepping. Yeah, roger that, Timothy. That's why people were here. Anytime, Scott. All right, anything else? Anybody else has got? Catnip, I can't believe they haven't hit you with a membership yet. We're doing good, Buffalo. Yeah, roger that. They're flashing us. Yeah, the ship's still there. And we're going to leave this up. I'm trying to, Mikey. I got to get some sleep. I didn't get in today. I wanted to, but it didn't work out. So, folks, if you are not signed up here, now is the time. Thank you there, Patel. I think that they will target something in the United States. Do I want to say oil refineries? Yeah, they could target that. They could target the electrical grid. They could target other infrastructure. They could, you know, target malls. They could target holiday festivals. Malls and things of that nature would probably be more their speed than holiday festivals. That's normally reserved for radical Muslims. So, yeah, we had several up earlier. I've seen in this past week, I've seen as many as 6 airborne at once. Yeah, we'll get you taken care of eventually, Kitty. You know, you might be at home and asleep and get it, but we'll get you taken care of eventually. One way or the other. I doubt they would target the falls. That's not, the terrorists want the biggest bang for the buck, and Niagara Falls is not it. New York City, Chicago, Miami, LA, Austin, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Denver, uh, Chicago, stuff like that. Those are the big target areas. That's where they get the biggest bang for the buck. Yeah, Miami possibly. He's talking about the area of Niagara Falls, I believe. Yeah, possibly San Antonio. Yep. Nope, we haven't gotten Kenny yet. Yeah, roger that. And the class on Saturday, excuse me, the class on Sunday will show you what I got in my gear bag. I'm going to break out my gear bag and show you what I got. You get to see my collection of toys. I wouldn't worry about it, MG. The best thing you can do is get on the KLW World News Network, and that way, if something happens there, you'll get an immediate notification from us. Will our government admit to what Venezuela in the Preso? You mean you're talking about as far as what Venezuela has as far as military stuff and the reason that we're actually going in? Is that what you're trying to say? Yes. The U.S. Navy's E6 fleet size is 16. Well, Mikey got one, but still no kitty. The, the, the government doesn't want the world to know what they got. The government doesn't want to scare the population. The government will never tell you anything that'll scare you. So say for example, and it's not going to happen. This comet that's coming in through the solar system. Okay, that comet coming in, the U.S. may know months in advance. They could know 6 months in advance. They could know 3 months in advance. They would not tell if that comet was going to hit the Earth and wipe out half the population of the Earth. The United States government would not tell the general public until about a half an hour before it hit. An hour, maybe at most. Um, yeah, Kitty's playing hard to get. And the reason that they won't is because it would do nothing more than cause panic and havoc. And so, it's not going to save any lives, so they're not going to tell anybody. So that's their policy, and I know that's their policy um, because I used to work for the government, and I worked with the EMP Commission, and we worked hand in hand with FEMA. Right. Well, where are you going to go? So, even if you had a day, if it's going to wipe out half the population of the planet, what, where are you going? Are you going to get on an airplane? You're going to fly while it hits the earth? Uh, so, to think that the U.S. government was going to tell you the truth, there's there's a couple things that will never happen. One is that after something like this happens, that somebody is going to knock on the door and say, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." That's never going to happen. After an event like that, the government won't even be able to help themselves. And the other thing is, the government is never going to come out and tell you that you are doomed. They've done research on it, studies on it, and it's not on their agenda. It's not part of their directive. So, it's not, don't ever plan on the United States. And that's one of the reasons the KLW World News has created the KLW World News Network, is to make sure that you get the truth. That, you know, we're going to be the closest thing to the real canary in the coal mine. We're the ones that are going to tell you it's about to happen. We're the ones that are going to tell you what you should do and what you shouldn't do and what you can do and what you can't do. And we're the ones that are going to educate you on what you should have and shouldn't have. They're going to tell you to get a first aid kit and a flashlight. We're going to tell you what you need to have in a first aid kit and what kind of flashlight to get. So, that's our, I guess, mission in life. Um, well, the part is retired EMT. Yeah, you can kill your deer, you can kill your hogs, and you can kill your birds, but there's a lot of people who are going to want to kill you for those deer, hogs, pigs, and so on and so forth. So, you know, my philosophy is I have 2 bullets for everybody that lives in this county. I understand they need to get there, but don't think they won't try. EMT, don't think they won't try. Oh, people have no idea what I have. All I can tell them is this is the last place in this county you want to come to, and this will be the last place in this county that you will ever come to. Always keep your radio wrapped, Kim. All my fence posts are purple. We don't have to call 811. We've already dug the hole. We just keep throwing dirt in. Yeah, we've already dug the hole. Yeah, it's just a bone pit now. And the great part about it is we have I have 24 buzzards. So the reason we have purple posts is in the state of Texas, and it's in other states too, but mainly it's in Texas. In the state of Texas, if there's purple posts, you step foot on my property, I have the right to shoot you because you're trespassing. Purple post means if you trespass here, you will be fired on. So I got purple posts everywhere. So the first day we moved in here, my wife went and bought a couple gallons of purple paint, literally. Yeah. All right. Well, enjoy your radio amateur contest. So, like I said, we'll. No, technically, um, you, you, you know, some drivers. Let me put it to you this way. Uh, because of the purple paint, some deliveries are left at the gate. Our regular drivers that come in here will come in here and deliver to the house, to the studio, so on and so forth. But uh, the new drivers won't come down the driveway when they get to the end of the road because you can't even get to our driveway. You have to go to get to where the studio is. You have to go across private property to even get to our road. Our road, we're inside of a preserve, and so you have to trespass on the preserve to even get to our property because we're located in the preserve. So you're trespassing before you get here, and then you're trespassing again when you get here, and they will leave the packages at the gate that's at the gate of the preserve. They don't even get to our gate. So we have to drive out to the main gate to even get the packages because of the purple paint. So new drivers will not come here. We only have of all of the people who deliver, there was only 3 people that will actually come to the property. I use uh, Sightmark for my thermal. Hey, Stephen, welcome aboard. I use Sightmark because they're so cheap and they work so well. Sure thing, Tammy. Yeah, the Russians put concrete walls around their facilities. Absolutely double tap. That's why I said I had 2 rounds for every member of the county. The U.S. border is not secure. My property is more secure than the U.S. border. All right, any other questions, folks? Good luck with that. We're waiting on what's going on in Venezuela. The U.S. has told Maduro he had until Sunday to get out. He didn't get out, so um, the U.S. is planning on when they're going to hit him. They have to wait until he's not around a bunch of people. Um, but as soon as he is not around a bunch of people, most likely a strategic strike will come in and take the man out. But he's been hanging out with the civilian population. Yes, I know it is warmer in Anchorage, Alaska than it is in Ohio. That's normal for a grand solar minimum. Which is what we're in right now. Yeah, it's just a training. It's just a test off the coast of NAS. Yeah, sure thing. I'm just here to tell you the truth. That's our primary goal here. Welcome, Alaska. Um, yeah, but as soon as it happens, I will go live and you will get notified. Rest assured on that. I'm going to leave the other channel up. I'm going to shut this one down. Check your email, Thompson. Putin just said, if Europe wants war, we're ready. Imagine that. Sure thing. I said, if it hits the fan, I will be back live and you will be notified as soon as I go live. Yeah, Russia said they're ready to go to war with Europe. If Europe wants war, Russia is ready. What they said. Trump just said if anyone received an auto pen pardon from the Biden administration, seen Rob today. Rob who? No, NATO's not going to attack first. NATO doesn't attack. Oh no. I spoke with him this morning for an hour. He's been banned from the channel, so I'm trying to find everything that you wrote above. Uh, we're trying to posture for Asia because of the threat against Taiwan from China. It's the reason because we are highly dependent upon Taiwan for chips, and if China takes that over, we're kind of screwed. So we're trying to make sure that that is still there. That's why we're giving weapons to Taiwan. That's why we're selling weapons to Taiwan. That's why we're reinforcing South Korea and reinforcing Japan. That's why we're opening new military bases along the island chain over there to stop the Chinese expansion. Uh, Polk, the problem is that they're sandbagging. They're not using new. What you have to understand is there's a lot of people in Russia that Putin doesn't like. Shall we say, let's call them minorities. And so Putin is pulling people from those minorities. He's also pulling people out of South America, out of Africa, out of Asia, out of Europe. He's pulling people from all over the place to fight for him. They're going there and dying. He's not paying them their signing bonuses. He's not paying the death benefit. So he's getting all of those people to fight and die for free so he can try to take Ukraine. At the exact same time, he's building up forces along NATO's border. He's got thousands of vehicles, missiles, tanks, armored personnel carriers, fuel trucks, helicopters, attack aircraft, fighter interceptors, bombers. putting in S300, 400, and S500 sites, putting in command and control facilities, building up the motor pools. He's doing all that along the border, and we can prove it. So there's a lot going on that Russia is doing. And they have thousands and thousands of vehicles that they have stockpiled near the border. They're not using any of those in Ukraine. Yeah, he does have his own foreign legion. He's pulling guys in from South Africa every day. In fact, a lot of the people dying in Ukraine are South African. Some of them are Asian. And he promises them he's going to pay them, and he never does. So, basically, what happens is they offer to bring them into the country. They do bring them into the country. When they get there, they give them a Russian document that says we own them like a dog. They sign it because they don't speak Russian, and then they send them to the front. And they don't tell them we're not going to give you your signing bonus until you've been in service for 6 months. We're not going to give you a death benefit until we've recovered your body. Well, what's the best thing to do? Don't recover the body. Yeah, Black Cat 5 is on a test flight. So they don't recover the body. So they don't pay the benefit because they weren't in long enough, and they don't pay the death benefit because they don't take the body back. Even if the body is collected by the Ukrainians and put onto a ship, or should be not a ship, but on a train car, the Russians won't take the body back. So since they won't take the body back, there is no death benefit paid. So the guy left Africa, came up through Asia, or the what do they call it, Euro Asia. Come into Moscow, they get signed in, sent to the front, and because they weren't in the military long enough before they got killed, they don't get the signing bonus, and because the body wasn't recovered, there's no death benefit. And Putin has done that to thousands and thousands and thousands of soldiers from South Africa, Cuba, South America, Asia, the Middle East, all over. Guys from Europe, but even a guy from America. There's Americans that the Russians have done this to. And there's no benefit because the body's never recovered. And the body's never recovered because the Russians refused to pick them up. Even when collected, the Russians refused to take them. There have been hundreds of thousands of dead Russians left rotting in trucks since the beginning of the war. And the Ukrainians finally decided to just bury them in mass graves because the Russians wouldn't take them. The Ukrainians were paying for refrigerated trucks for forever. No, the cameras are still up. That's why there are such mass graves in Ukraine for Russian troops, because the Russians won't take them back. So, yeah, there are plants being made in the United States, but they're not anywhere near the scale or the capability of what's in Taiwan. You can't. Taiwan's been doing chips for a long, long time. You're not going to build up, building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plants is not going to match anywhere near what Taiwan is doing. Taiwan is the chip manufacturing capital of the world by far. No, absolutely not. The Russians cannot defeat Europe and NATO. They don't stand a chance against Europe and NATO. But they don't know that. The Russians aren't smart enough to realize that the technology that NATO and Europe has is by far superior to what they're using. You got to understand the Russians are fighting shit that's equivalent to the 70s and the 80s. The new stuff that the U.S. military and NATO countries have is unbelievable. No, they're not. The stream is live. The reason Putin's still alive is he'll kill anybody that he thinks is against him. And the stuff going down in Venezuela will go down the moment the U.S. military thinks they've got a clear shot on Maduro. Yeah, no, he uses human shields. He hides in a bunker and then he uses human shields. He hangs out with the public all the time to keep the U.S. from striking him because we're not going to strike a public venue. If he's on stage with a bunch of innocent people, we're not going to hit that with a bomb. We've got to get him when he's moving, or we've got to get him when he's in a bunker somewhere. That's the only way it's going to happen. So we've got to continue to work to get the angle until we have it. And then once we have the angle, then we can exploit it. But, it's my uncle was a sniper in World War II and in Korea. And when I was a kid, he taught me to be a sniper. And, he taught me, you have to work and get the angle. And once you get the angle, then you've got it. Well, it's hard to get a double for Maduro because Maduro is a big guy. So it ain't like Putin where you can just find any short fuck and give him a little plastic surgery, and you got an instant Putin that looks like a fucking monkey. That's Maduro is a harder body double to get than Putin because Maduro is so much larger than most Venezuelans. Sure thing. All right, so I'm going to end this one. If anything kicks off, we'll come back here. If you want to continue to watch what's going on, you can go over and watch the stream we have on Rumble. So anyway, have a great night, everybody. We will see you back here when it breaks loose. Take care, everybody.
That's all, folks.